Administration, we were just checking the records. Now the council has started. Day today is the 20th of January. Why is it making it when I'm speaking?
They just need to lower your mic that you don't get feedback.
At the same, please be with laptops. If your sound is on, please just silence your volumes on your laptops.
That's for those who are actually signed on their laptops.
Good morning, councillors. The date today is the 23rd of January 2026, and the time now is 12 minutes past 9. It is our ordinary council meeting. Item number 1, it is opening. I would like the Deputy Mayor to open for us with a prayer.
Bow our heads and close our eyes. God, we praise you today. We feel so blessed to be in this presence of this council chambers as you are about to deliberate on the issues of the community. Give us more wisdom as we are going to be deliberating. And we also ask, dear Lord, to give us more kindness to each other. And dear Lord, forgive our sins. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. Still on item number 1, on the opening, I would like to announce that I received numerous messages from the public that when we are here in council meeting and we are speaking all together, then on the other side they can't hear what we are saying. So I just ask the councillors to be reminded of that the public is complaining that when we are speaking together, they can't hear clearly what we are saying. Item number 2.
Just on that, I had raised it quite a number of times in council that in as much as there's mics, because if you still remember when we tried them out, they were on a trial run just to see whether or not they are not going to be interrupted when we sit in council. I have made submissions to IT pertaining to them, because what happens is they are sensitive to sound. Might be speaking now, and then whoever interjects or moves their chair, they pick up that sound and I'm off instantly. And I've been revisiting our records just to actually ascertain whether or not we've really gotten better. It's just getting worse. So in as much as today, we just need to be cognizant that these mics are sensitive and we must give each other airtime. But going forward, I think it would do us good to actually revert to the old mics. However, that's a conversation that must be done through IT, because really, if you revisit every record of ours, there's always an interruption with regards to these sensitive mics. So it would really be advisable that going forward, we just revert to the press and hold.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mangaba. I think that is another suggestion that we must go back to the old mics, because really the public is complaining, and it is not sometimes our fault. It is these mics that are too sensitive for a sound. Moving to item number 2, the attendance register. I see that it is circulating for all of us to sign. Item number 3 is applications for leave of absence. Item number 4 is declaration of interest. Any councillor would like to declare? In item number 3, leave of absence, MM.
Good morning, Speaker. So, I would like to place it on record that he has an emergency, so he's unable to come.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Item number 5 is confirmation of minutes for previous meetings. Can the administration take us through the minutes?
Minutes of special council meeting, Friday, 12 December 2025, starting on page 7, 8, 9, page 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, page 16, and attendance registers 17, 18, 19, 20. And that concludes the minutes of 12 December 2025.
The minutes are serving. Councillors, it's a true reflection of the minutes. Compare.
Yeah, I propose that we accept the minutes as read and correct.
Thank you. GM.
Second, thank you, Speaker.
Next set of minutes.
5.2 minutes of the special council meeting dated 14 January 2026, starting on page 21. 22, 23, 24, 25, filling stages 26, 27, 28, 29, and that concludes the minutes of 14 January 2026.
Minutes are serving. Is it a true reflection, councillors? Councillor Olivier.
Okay, and it's the true reflection of the
GM.
second.
Moving to item number 6, which is statements and communication by the executive mayor and the speaker. Executive mayor.
None, Speaker.
Also none from my side. Item number 7 is the presentations. There is an item speaking on this presentation. So the presentation will be done when the item is 7. Moving to item number 8. Item is 7.
Section 1, also the municipal manager. Item C, stroke 1, stroke 362, stroke 01, 26, tabling of the 2025-2026 edition by section 17.
We are in item number 8, items for information.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. Items for information, which was dealt with on the 11th of December, starting on page 31. 32. And then that concludes the item.
Councillor Kabai.
Thanks, Speaker. Just to chip in, Speaker, I'm taking an advantage that I'm seeing that item. Speaker, in the last week or early this week, including the weekend, that the majority of people were blocked in terms of electricity. Even indigenous people, everybody, I can put it that way, they were blocked because of they had debt. But Speaker, it's a good thing to say to people, you must pay. your services because the municipality is rendering a service to the people and the people must pay their bills. But the way it was done, Speaker, it was not humane. Because what happened is that people were blocked on Thursday last week. And immediately after that, we know that Friday, the municipality knocks off at 1 o'clock. You will have a picture, Speaker, when more than 200 people go to that office on a Friday to pay. For that matter, they don't even know.
Councillor Kapai, I'm a little bit confused now. Is it the item that is serving now that you are speaking to? Councillor Olivier?
Speaker, I want to note the items, but I will also mention here that in Mayko, the mayor mentioned it to the officials that people on indigent registers and old people should not be blocked. And that our officials must pay attention to those registers. But with that, I know.
But Speaker, sorry, Speaker.
Yeah.
Speaker, thank you, Speaker. I noted that most of the time we want to interject the things that are not the item according to the agenda. As much that it is important what is being brought by Councillor Kapai, but I would still ask your indulgence that let's stick to what that is in the agenda. Because at some stage we even confuse more now the communities as they are following now what is in the agenda. And you are busy, they are telling us what the items are all about. Then something else interject. We are confusing. Speaker, I ask you, let's
On a point of
what is
Speaker,
there in.
hold those-
If there's something that
When there's an order, allow the person with the point of order to speak.
that is the culture of the council.
On a point of order,
The Speaker, that I second.
on a point of order, Speaker,
Point of order. Please, can you ask them to?
on a point of order, Speaker.
You ask them to please check you. You have raised me. You have raised me, Speaker. In that, can I stand up?
On a point of order, Speaker. Speaking, on a point of order, Speaker.
Ask a question. Raise me.
Councillor.
Kamshana,
Mm.
I did not recognize you to speak. Please, I recognize the
But Speaker, the rules of order stipulated clearly.
is an order. Did you raise the order? Did you raise the order?
I'm raising
Did you raise the point of order?
Raising it.
And DM?
I'm here to second that this item that has been built in the Mako, this is the one. I second it from what Councillor is noted.
On a point of order.
It's for the note. No,
Is that the lunch?
What? The way we are conducting it now is like as if the deputy mayor is telling you how to run. But be it as it may, but Councillor Tsapai was.
Oh, Councillor,
I don't know if was raising something on.
Oh.
What happens with the blockage speaker? The staff admitted the year is there blocked wrong. So therefore, he was just addressing something on the irrecoverable debt and how they block.
It's not the item.
This is what you want.
this is not it's not the only thing the only thing we're saying is this is not the item we're dealing with. We can't take an item out of an item.
On a point of order, Speaker. On a point of order, Speaker.
Speaker, on a point of order, the item has been proposed, the item has been seconded. There is items within the agenda that also deal with the revenue. So if there's any concerns from councillors, it can be raised. Thank you, Speaker. My proposal is let's continue with the agenda. Thank you.
Item number 9 is noting of outstanding.
An order was raised. Can we allow that speaker to speak? Speaker, please. Or must I stand up? It's a new norm now that a person will stand up. Listen to speak again.
Ambil?
An order was raised.
I raised an order.
Point of order from my side, Speaker.
No, but why are you only allowing them to speak and not us?
Speaker, I am speaking. I've been recognized. Those councillors that are speaking are not being recognized by the Speaker.
Since mobile minority in council.
The point of order has been raised. We know the rules of order. Then that point of order must be heard. However, when items that are transacted in this council are not on the agenda, they are not open for discussion. Only items that are transacted on this agenda is open for discussion. So I understand that the opposition councillors want to speak about something which is important and urgent, but it is not at this stage on the agenda.
Yeah.
So if they have comments that they want to make, we can contain those to the time when that item is on the agenda.
But they are speaking about it is in the agenda, but it is not this item that we are dealing with.
It's relevant.
So that is.
It's relevant.
If it is relevant, if it's relevant, speak about something.
relevant.
that is
No,
agenda.
but
Speaker, I'm still on the floor.
Not recognize. I did not recognize you.
no, but why must
I
you
did
be?
not recognize. Please, I did not recognize you. Bill?
Okay, then it's your council meeting. We're not gonna speak.
No, Madam Speaker, the problem we have is these councillors of us, and I'm including everybody, is accustomed to a system of just starting to talk without being recognized. Our council meetings are unruly. If we do not comply to the rules of order, we will have this disheveled manner of going on. It is confusing. It is not becoming of this council. Therefore, I ask that we strictly adhere to the council rules of order. And those rules of order, for the interest of all the councillors here, say that only when the speaker recognizes a councillor, may that councillor address council. And the rules of order inside, councillors remain seated until recognized. When they are recognized, they should stand up. That is the rules of order. That's the decorum that is required.
You're preaching to the choir. I've raised a point of order. I've raised a point of order. If you had studied your rules of order, you would know. When I raise a point of order, everyone is silenced and I'm given a chance to speak. Then the speaker been here for 15 years, but it's like you know nothing.
We're not gonna
Because
allow.
the rules of order are right in front of you.
Because if the council
allow this.
remain unruly,
No, we're not.
Oh, I read the rules of order.
Like what you have been given now a chance to speak, we also must speak.
I did not recognize you to speak. I don't know how many times did I mention that to you. I did not give you.
But this morning, you are so clear that that side must speak and they must not.
Keep on misbehaving, although I am telling you that I did not recognize you. Please, I'm reminding you that you only speak when the speaker has recognized you.
Sorry, Speaker, can I say this?
You are biased, man. Speaker.
Can I say this, Speaker?
You are really biased.
Speaker, the first time you addressed us, you said you want us to be ordered based on the public. The public is unable to hear us when somebody speaks and the other speaks. That was good. Now, Speaker, remember, I've raised my hand and you allowed, and immediately what you were addressing to us was really stopped by the other side. And you never said no. I said earlier, because it's you who must rule and say, no. I've given you a chance to speak, but this is not supposed to be happening like this. You allowed them. If the hindsight can be blamed, Councillor Olivier, he really concurred to what they were talking about. You see? And you never stopped her. And you allowed other councillors to rubbish what I was trying to address. You see, so really, it is on you now because you are making this council to be chaotic because it somehow feels to us that you are biased. Please stop that, control the meeting, explain why you are not giving an opportunity to a particular councillor to speak. We will understand. But if you are going to take sides, whereas you are a speaker, then you are going to have a problem because we are going to interject every time. And it will be on you that you are not being able to control your meetings. So I'm pleading with you.
Your 5 minutes is up on this. The item.
No, I was trying to assist you.
Thank you, Councillor Kapai. The item has been closed. We are moving now to item number 9. Can the administration please take us through?
Standing partially to the council resolution. Yes, implemented council resolutions it's circulated and it's on page 34.
Speaker,
Item is 7. Councillor Mangaba.
thank you, Speaker. If we can go to page 33. It reads, noting of outstanding MACO resolutions. I don't think the resolutions that we see here are MACOs, so I think that writing must be actually edited and be corrected. But over and above that, I went through the outstanding resolutions. Quite a number of them are already actioned. So understand that we are from a holiday and perhaps people are still on a go slow. We need to update this register such that everything that's been actioned fall out of the list because your item 745760 on page 34. The one following that, funding of the shark spotters, I believe that too was actually actioned. There's quite a number of them. So I implore the administration to actually go back on the list and update and ensure that everything that is not supposed to be here is actually removed. Because I may paint a picture that we are resolved on things and they're never actioned, whereas majority of things that are actually listed here are done already.
Thank you, Councillor Mangaba. Item 7.
Propose agreement, supposed to be didn't recognize it.
Noted by Executive Mayor,
I'll second that, Madam.
seconded by Councillor Mbiyo. Councillors and members of the public, we are about now to start item number 10. That item, we're gonna stop a little bit and move to the in committee, and then we will come back to finish the open agenda. But at this moment now, we are going to the in committee meeting, and I would like all of the officials that are not entitled to be in the in committee to give them space to excuse us. Councillors, we can take 3 minutes so that we allow the space for the others to move. Then we go into the in committee. Then we'll come back for finishing the public meeting. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, riding next. It wasn't there. Oh, Sarah riding next. Still, we repeat something else.
I did inform guys.
You will the chapter first. It's not yet. We'll finish almost.
You were there.
And then, what was that? That's the big line.
This is getting it.
This tape. I left. Sorry, don't make no impact. Very true. Hello.
Manyano Mandela Tanzania, Okukayenza.
Class,
Brilliant analysis.
we are back. We are back.
Ngoba une-power
Our
class,
pen
ngoba wenza into wrong, input.
class, we are back with our open agenda. To the members of the public,
As long as
we are back with the open agenda. We are gonna start now. Can the administration please take us through? We are in item number 10.
Section 1 of the municipal manager. Item 6/1/362/01/26, tabling of the 2025-2026 MFMA section 72, open bracket, mid-year budget and performance assessment report, close bracket, page 54.
Item 7. MM.
Good morning, Speaker, and Speaker of Council, and also Mayor, Deputy Mayor, also the councillors that are present in the meeting. Speaker, this report, it's a report that is tabled in terms of Section 72 of the MFMA. And this report, it compares the accounting officer to do an assessment of the municipality performance as at the 31st of December each year, which is normally referred to as a mid-year report. This report, Speaker, then it actually alludes to the performance of the municipality, both financially as well as the non-financial side. Now, this report is also linked to a Section 71 report as well as a Section 52D report. It outlines how the municipality has performed so far as at the 31st of December 2024.
Thank you. The item is 7 with the explanation from the municipal manager. Executive Mayor, then on bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I propose the council notes report.
On bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I want to second, but just make one comment. I think it is a plea that we have regressed as far as the AG report is concerned. It is an item that we need to work on. And other than that, I think the financial position of the municipality is actually surprisingly good compared to where we come from. So despite the AG report, there are good things in that report as well. Thank you very much, Speaker. So that I second.
Thank you. Moving to the next report.
6/1/363/01/26, tabling of the draft 2024, 2025, and 4-page books.
The item is 7, and also we'd like the municipal manager to give us a summary of it.
Thank you, Speaker. Once again, the report is in line with the MFMA, especially the specific section, is Section 127 of the MFMA, which compels the municipality to table a draft annual report, of which the annual report, together with this report, it starts, Speaker, when we submit the financial statements with the Office of the Auditor General, which is called the performance information. Now, from that, Speaker, then we build up, it's a build up to a draft annual report. Now, that annual report also contains the audit report, which we have received from the Office of the Auditor General. I must state that the Speaker, based on the audit report that we have received, that the municipality has regressed from an unqualified to a qualification. There's only one qualification audit finding that resulted to a regress. That that particular qualification, it's in relation to a disclosure on our financial statements, especially the balance sheet, where according to the Office of the Auditor General, we could not provide adequate information to substantiate the disclosure. However, there is remedial actions, particularly that audit finding. It relates to to historical years which started to expire as 2015. Now, based on that disclosure, then the Office of the Auditor General, they were not satisfied with the information that we have submitted. I think they pointed to incompleteness of the information. The remedial action, the municipality is unpacking those projects that were approved by the human settlement as far as 2015 up to the current year, so that we are able then in the next audit, so that we can provide adequate information in terms of the assertions of the Auditor Generals, in terms especially completeness. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. The item is serving. Councillor Seti.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to everyone. Honorable Speaker, colleagues in council and residents of Bitou listening today. I stand before you to address the devastating findings of the Auditor General's report. A document that is not just a financial assessment, but a stark indictment of the DA-led administration's catastrophic failure in governance. This qualified audit opinion is a badge of dishonor, revealing a municipality drowning in financial mismanagement, irregular expenditure, and a blatant disregard for the laws designed to protect the money. Assist me, please.
Councillor Olivier. Please, Councillor Olivier.
Transparency and accountability under the DA. We find only a black hole of over 30 million in unverified grants and culture that has written off nearly half a billion rand in revenue. This is not administrative error. It is a systematic collapse that steals from the poor benefit the connected. The report paints a picture of an administration steeped in arrogance and impunity. How else can we explain 39.5 million in irregular expenditure, largely from handing contracts to those who don't even meet basic legal requirements? How else do we understand the unlawful payment of performance bonuses, or the awarding of critical constructions work to unqualified contractors? Those are the questions. This is a deliberate pattern of bending and breaking the rule. It is a betrayal of the core constitutional mandate this council is sworn to uphold. And it exposes the DA's true priority, not service delivery, but the creation of a patronage network that operates above the law. This financial rot has a direct and painful human cost. While the DA mismanages millions, our people feel the consequences every day. The audit shows they failed to meet their own targets for providing subsidized services to indigent households. When you fail to account for water and electricity, it is our communities that suffer with unreliable services and higher costs. The DA's failure in the back offices translates directly into a failure in the streets, in the homes, and in the lives of our people. They have broken the social contract with the residents of people. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, we demand immediate and serious consequences. This cannot be swept under the rug with empty promises. We call for a full forensic into irregular expenditure and the supply chain management breakdowns. We demand the mayor and the municipal manager account publicly for these failures and present a binding timeframe corrective plan to this council. The ANC will not stand by why our municipality is looted and our people are deprived. Era of impunity must end today. We will exercise every oversight tool at our disposal to restore clean, accountable, and pro-people governance to Bitou, and I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Seti. Councillor Sana, and then the Executive Mayor, then Councillor Mangaba.
Oh, I know, Speaker, you were APA in 2016, but 2015 DA was in charge. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor, Mrs. Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, today we are tabling the annual report, and this report reflects the performance of the municipality for the period from 1st of July 2024 to 30th of June 2024. And yes, quite correct, has been a regression in our outcomes.
So Speaker, correction, Mayor, you said first, June, again, you mentioned 2 times 2024. Isn't it till 2025?
Let's start over, Mayor.
It's correct.
It's fine.
That's the dates.
Speaker, let me correct the dates. Thank you, Councillor Blanche, for interrupting me.
I wanted to interrupt you. You see, Mayor, when we have, you see now, are you at the, you said 1st June, 1st July 2024, till 1st June 2024 in the same sentence. I was just correcting you, Mayor. Don't stress, you have other stress in life. Relax.
Thank you, Councillor Blanche.
June 2025.
So the period is from 1st of July 2024 to 30th of June 2025.
Don't let your stress run down, please.
Correct. Councillor, I please ask that you respect the process and the decorum of council. I know you are a first-time councillor, so you are still.
It takes no.
Thank you very much.
I'm nervous. I'm nervous. Don't be nervous.
Nervous.
Councillor Blanche.
2024.
I allow you when you corrected the date, but please let the executive mayor speak now.
Don't come with your male arrogance. Thank you.
You pronounced the dates wrong. I was just helping you right. You are nervous. Don't relax.
Councillor Blanche,
It's okay. It's not me.
please.
It's not me.
Thank you, Speaker. So for the period from 1st of July 2024 to 30th of June 2025, the annual report is attached. And then, Speaker, if we can look at the recommendations, we can note that this report will be submitted to the Municipal Public Accounts Committee in order for them to consider and evaluate the annual report, and in order for them to provide a detailed analysis and review thereof. And the Municipal Public Account Committee, they will then submit their findings or their oversight report to council by the 31st of March 2026. So certainly nothing will be swept under the carpet. Then, Speaker, also this annual report will be submitted, the draft annual report will be submitted to the Office of the Auditor General, to Provincial Treasury, and to the relevant provincial departments responsible for local government. Also further to that, Speaker, the accounting officer will publish the 2024-2025 draft annual report for public comments and recommendations. And let me assure the members of the public, quite correct, we have been dealing with a lot of institutional challenges in this municipality over this financial year. But one thing I can say, nothing is staying as the norm. Things have been uprooted and things have been shaken. And furthermore to that, as a political head and as a leadership, we are committed to address the culture of accountability in this institution. Thank you, Speaker. I propose that we go with the recommendations.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Then it's Councillor Mangaba.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Executive Mayor of Bitou, Councillor Jessica Kamkam, has presented an annual report for 2024-2025 that serves as a stark confession of failure under Democratic Alliance government. The most damning admission is the municipality's regression in its audit outcome. This is a profound breach of trust for a political party that has built its brand on promises of clean, competent, and accountable government. It exposes a glaring hypocrisy, revealing the DA's inability to uphold the very standards of governance it claims to champion. This audit regression is a direct result of political and administrative failure. The mayor's own foreword cites persistent weaknesses in governance, compliance, and consequence management. This translates to a fundamental inability to manage public resources lawfully and transparently. The excuses offered, such as administrative instability and unfilled vacancies and all these others, are a clear indication of DA's lack of decisive leadership. They have failed to install a stable, competent team, fostering the very culture of impunity they profess to oppose. The DA's entire claim to managerial superiority lies in tatters. While the mayor highlights a marginally improved financial surplus, this tactical achievement is rendered meaningless within a framework of non-compliance. It demonstrates that the administration prioritizes spreadsheets discipline over genuine ethical governance and accountability. This audit outcome is not a minor stumble, but a systematic failure that warns of deeper rot within the municipality's institutions. The language of the forward attempts to deflect blame onto operational pressure, but the people of Bitou deserve honesty, not jargon. This regression is a political scandal that betrays the voters who chose the DA to the end of maladministration. The party has become indistinguishable from the failure it criticizes in others, proving itself unworthy stewards of the public trust. Lastly, though not least in significance, promises of future decisive interventions made only after Auditor General's findings are a reactive and insufficient response. The failure has already been recorded. The Bitou DA administration must be held fully accountable for the spectacle and the spectacular collapse in governance. The audit outcome is more than full grade. It is a certificate of failure for their core political promise, which is good governance and clean governance.
Yeah.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Olivier, then Councillor Tapai.
I would like to second the proposal of the mayor.
Councillor Tapai.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we must not take this lightly. You see, we are a sphere of government that is legislated. And an annual report, it's one of the key instruments that tells us where we are going, what have you done wrong. Arrogancy is not going to help us. My councillors have unpacked the way the DA-led government has done things wrong. Regressing, it's not a nice thing. It is not. It shows serious failures in leadership. Once an executive mayor have an annual report that says regress qualification, a qualification with findings, that's a failure. Something must be explained why our people are suffering. It tells us that the Auditor General is telling us that we are not giving services to our people. Our locations are dirty. They cry now and then. I even tried to unpack what our people are saying, that we are being suffocated with electricity. Things are not done correct. People are blocked in numbers. The exodus that went to those offices, it's so many. Because people are saying, no, you are not doing things correct. You can't block an indigent person over 60 years. Where are your processes in looking at those people that they are not supposed to be blocked? They are supposed to be assisted. How do you block people on a Thursday You know those people are not learned. They are going to pick up that they have been blocked after their electricity has gone down because they buy electricity with 10 rand, with 20 rand. The unit, if they buy with 5 rand, they get 1 unit. And subsequently to that, she or he finds out on Friday where officials knock off at 1 o'clock. The whole weekend, they don't have electricity. It's inhumane. It's inhumane because as officials, as the current government, we must know that if we're blocking people, we must block them on Monday so that they can know that we've got the whole week in coming and addressing these matters. So this instrument is the key instrument that is telling the Auditor General that the leadership of Bitou under the leadership of the DA is not serving the people of Bitou. Let's go back. Has the municipality regressed with the qualification in findings? Let's pick up the year here in Bitou. From 2015, it has never happened. It has never happened. So we must be very shameful of ourselves under this executive leadership, where you get a qualification with findings. There are so many things that you swept under the carpet here. You should have addressed them. The executive mayor has failed, and then we are going to take this up. It's not going to be a song, a nice song here in council. I can vouch that we are going to take it up because as a person that leads this council, you have failed. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Councillor, Mangapio, Councillor Tabai for the inputs. The item is closed. Moving to the next item.
Section 2, Finance, 6/2/320/01/26. Report on the implementation of the supply chain management policy for the second quarter, 1 October to 31st December 2025, page 493.
Item is 7. Councillor Olivier.
The recommendation.
Councillor Swart.
Second.
Next item.
Yeah. My hand's been up the entire time.
Serious.
Allow me to weigh in. It's just a question. I probably will be clarified by either the acting MM or the acting CFO right behind me. Speaker, I went through this report as it is between October and December, right? And I think it runs up until the 31st of December. I am quite aware, Speaker, that the legal team that is whose Bulelo Mnemani's case is actually with were paid in December 1.2 million, but I'm not seeing it on the list of the tenders that were processed at SCM. So I'm trying to understand, is it dealt with in a different office or did it follow the SCM processes? Because I'm quite aware that a payment of 1.2 million was done in December. Now, if that be the case, we should be seeing it amongst the list, but I'm not seeing it. Whoever's well-versed will be able to actually cover me appropriately here because I'm a bit perplexed because I was hoping to find it in the list.
Ma'am.
Speaker, I'm just trying to go through the document. And I in the meantime, just to go through it and then if I can report it back.
All right. And
I must assist you, Jola, in saying it is not contained. It may be left out mistakenly, or however, I do not want to justify it on your behalf. Should you find it or should you have reasoning, I would really appreciate it sent to me via mail in the next 7 days.
Thank you.
The item has been closed and can we move now to the next item?
Sorry, Speaker, I just
Environment.
a point of clarity for Councillor Mangaba, Simon, for indulgence. From what I can recall, we have dealt with the supply chain process. When was it September or August last year? Correct.
August.
Yeah, August last year. So the supply chain report is available. But we must just check maybe in terms of the timeframes for the quarterly reporting and rectify it. But the report is available, Councillor Mangaba. Not the invoice, but the report. Thank you.
Hence, I'm not disputing it. I'm not saying it's not available. I'm saying in the event that he finds it, would I be granted the honor of actually have it being mailed to me so that I'm also abreast? Because I'm not part of the executive. I do not have privileged information. Thank you, Speaker.
We are addressing with the privileged information.
You want to speak on this item?
Yes, sorry, Speaker, it's just a minor correction on page 495. Instead of that 34,650,000, it's 34,500,000.
Page 495,
Page 495, please.
instead of 41.
Instead of that 650, instead of that 34,650,000, it's supposed to be 34,500,000.
Where is 100,000? Where is it?
Thank you, Susan. The next item,
Please, 321/01/25 and 3 for the second quarter in the 30 December 2025, page 546.
item is serving. Councillor Olivier. Bill,
I'll second that. Speaker.
next item,
C/2/322/01/26 list of withdrawals from municipal bank accounts for the quarter ended 31st December 2025.
item is serving. Councillor Olivier.
Recommendation. Speaker.
Bill,
I'll second, Madam Speaker.
next item,
C/2/323/01/26 cost containment report for the quarter ending 31st December 2025, page 554.
item is serving. Councillor Olivier.
Recommendation.
Bill,
I'll second, Madam Speaker.
next item,
C/2/324/01/26 report on irregular expenditure ratification to council resolution C/2/3/4/08/25 resolution 10 between brackets page 557.
item is serving. Councillor Swartz.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this relates to an item that was reported, but the figure is incorrect. Correct figures been rescinded and replaced with the corrected figure. So I propose to go to recommendation.
Councillor Renuncia.
Second recommendation, thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker, if I may indulge, Speaker, I think this also requires a rescindment by council of a previous resolution, and I don't have the document open in front of me. I can just double check. I think the council just needs to make sure that we actually rescind something.
May.
No, sorry, Speaker, I wanted to say something, but it's fine. Because we must also note that this irregular expenditure is for the period from 2015 to 2025 financial years. So the challenge that we have is that irregular expenditure and consequence management in this institution has not been taken serious for a very long time. So we can omit the fact that there has been now a correction, but we must really, when it comes to our irregular expenditure and our reporting in terms of our irregular expenditure, it must follow proper processes. We've had last year our challenges, and since 2015 to date, we had challenges with the disciplinary board and the matters that has been referred to the disciplinary board for outcomes. Now, let you remind council, we did constitute the disciplinary board last year, and hopefully impact from that side that we will really start to address all of these historical matters, because it does affect, at the end of the day, it does affect our audit outcome, and it does affect all other processes that we need to go through. We must understand that government is becoming very, very strict now. So let us adhere to our commitments and to our timelines, please. That's the plea from me, because ultimately myself and the municipal manager, we have to answer to National Treasury and we have to answer to the Auditor General. So no more, when it comes to all these matters, it has to be dealt with. Thank you.
Dr. Blanche?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, on this. You see, sometimes, Madam Mayor, when we help each other, it's not just to make you look bad. You've just admitted that we are failing under your leadership because you cry over disciplinary matters that's not been taken seriously. It's you are the head of this municipality. The municipal manager accounts to you. For you cry that things has not been taken seriously, it's a sign that we are in danger. Because the municipal manager reports or accounts to the mayor. This stems from exactly that. The executive mayor is the mayor that must help the municipal manager accountable. We have seen these failures. Other councillors has raised. We are failing under the executive mayor. She's admitted it now. Disciplinary process is not even taken seriously. She's our mayor. She's leading this town, and the municipal manager accounts for her. If these things doesn't happen, like in this item, we come here to rectify things and wrong things. Under whose leadership? Yes, I was also there. I can also say probably under my watch as well. But I'm saying we must be cautious sometimes when we try and rubbish things down. This item is saying again, we are failing. Because we come here in the previous year, if done it right, it wouldn't have come back here. But it is now here. And to say, to charge impact up, to say they must do, we business in They're not getting the support that they need. The chairperson is lengthy, shouting, writing emails to say she's not happy about one item coming today, the next item coming in 6 months. She's raising it. All of us is not happy at impact level. And she's not sitting in a corner hiding things. The executive mayor is the person that must take us forward, municipal manager. She's frustrated. All of us is frustrated. Look now, it's embarrassing to the impact chairperson to come back here to see an item. Who's our leader? The executive mayor. What happened now? Qualified order. Who's responsible? The executive mayor and the municipal manager. We cannot come back here every time, use council to rectify things, but we have an executive mayor and a municipal manager. Yes, we were inconsistent because we suspend left, right, and center. I was also involved with that. And I'm saying, executive mayor together with the municipal manager.
Suspending.
Order. Mayor,
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you very much, Councillor. Your 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You speaker now, look here.
The item was proposed and the item is closed. Can we move to the next item?
You must not take it to.
Corporate services, C/3/350/01/. Human Resource Management Division quarterly report for the period 1 October 2025 until 31st of December 2025, page 562.
Okay.
Item is 7. Councillor Blanche.
Speaker, yes, again, Speaker. If I look at this report, Speaker, again, a few concerns. If you look at matters such as your sick leaves and those kind of things, it's a concern, Speaker, that yet again, this institution is not looking at these matters again. Supporting staff, this department is supporting. If you look at the recent happenings the past week, where we had an incident, not to go too deep, it is these kind of things, Speaker, that we sit with huge numbers. If you look at over, just to look at some of these graphics, sick leave, taken over the period, it is huge numbers. The amount of staff stretched to 168 personnel over 334 days been taken over such amount of officials. To take 334 days over 165 officials. And this stretch over 2 departments. Community service and engineering. Just the 2 departments. And like I said, it is matters such as what happened during the course of the week when we found ourselves stressing out our staff. It is a concern that this report reflects such things. There it is. I'm not sucking things up, and you don't have to laugh, Deputy Mayor, as much as you have. It's fine. But I'm saying to rock up at a place where you find 2 municipal managers on one day, stress stuff out. Hence, this thing.
Wanted to bring that one.
We need to look specifically, the MMC needs to look to that we can reduce. If you look at the back end, let's say December, October, November, December, the last month of the quarter, it did reduce the amount of staff getting sick, A, B, and C. And we have been addressing this kind of things previously. But it doesn't just stem from sick leave being taken. If you look at the later item, whereby some sort of appointment, it affects staff. Things affect staff, and hence we have this huge numbers in this report. So the MMC responsible for this department, I would like us to engage and make sure that we reduce this numbers because it's not reflecting nicely. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ompin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank all the councillors for the showboating this morning, for the show public. Been very interesting, particularly the eloquence coming from certain councillors was very impressive. But with that having been said, I think find further showboating today. Let's just stick to the order.
Speaker, point of order.
Go with the recommendation.
Point of order, please. Point of order. Speaker, I think Councillor Nel, with the seriousness that it deserved, when councillors were dealing with pertinent issues here, he is saying they were showboating. That is totally wrong, Speaker. He must apologize for that. We're not here to showboat, Speaker. You see, these things, these tendencies are the ones that makes this council to be unruly, because we want to respond to what he is saying. It's totally wrong. You see, that is a show of racism, because black councillors, when they are talking about pertinent issues, he is saying these black councillors are showboating because he thinks he's privileged because of he's a white African. Yes. This councillor is very racist. He is very racist. You must stop him.
Yeah.
Speaker, say something, Mangaba.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I want it to be known here and now. I know it's quite tempting for people with their white superiority to assume that they can
laughing.
To assume that they can actually target and intimidate their black counterparts. I'm not the one. I'm not the kind. Trust me, I am my ancestors' wildest dream. I am here representing my community. I do not care who says what. No amount of talking down to our contributions when we are mouthpieces of our communities will actually ever deter us from doing the good. Now back to the item. Speaker, we will run wellness days to death if we don't look after our staff component. On the 1st of January, while I was out with family at the beach, I ended up having to quell fires and try to calm the law enforcement down because they were faced with tremendous pressures. And one of that was that there was no proper planning in terms of staffing. Their senior raised it with me at the beach that the reason why they're closing down the beach very early is that they're unable to actually manage the numbers at the beach.
Point of order. Relevant, Speaker.
It is relevant. It is relevant.
It's not relevant to the item on
Speaker,
serving.
it is relevant.
Councillor Onville.
Madam Speaker, I'll first withdraw the indulgence of these gentlemen over here. Let me withdraw myself.
Thank you.
I will.
This is a very democratic country. It's really up and can't anymore.
Faye, you.
That's for we.
If you, but ask him to speak.
You're touched. What? When he is uttering racist connotations here on the side.
He is apologizing, but still you are the one.
Madam Speaker, if I may continue. I'm not on the floor, and these people are not being recognized, they just shout. Protect us. Madam Speaker, I just want to again say, I propose that we go with the recommendation and not end in further unnecessary conversation and wasting of time to discuss. Thank you.
Speaker,
Madam, Madam,
Speaker, I'm still on the floor.
I propose that we go with the recommendations.
That was proposed and seconded already.
yeah, the matter is still on the plate.
I'm still on the floor though.
Can we move to the next item?
Speaker.
10/3/351/01/26. Occupational health and safety report for October to December 2025, page 572.
The item is serving, Councillor Mangaba.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, Councillor Oliver.
As I was saying, before I was rudely interrupted, because what I'm saying is also relevant to this item. If we don't look after our staff, we will run all these wellness days till the next coming of Jesus, and there won't be good results. We need to plan accordingly. In December, the law enforcement was understaffed. They only got 12 EPWPs. It was the first in the history. Those are the people we always cater and look after because we know the festive season becomes super hectic for them. We got to do right by our staff if we want the morale to actually be boosted in this institution. It goes back to the vacancies. We know exactly that we have beautiful and structured and progressive policies that we wrote in council, that positions must be advertised internally. And then in the event that we've exhausted that and to no avail, then we go external. Now we keep bringing people on the outside while we're actually overworking people that are actually sitting in this institution and not growing.
Thank you. Councillor Oliver.
Speaker. Speaker, I want us to note that this report is for the end of December 2025. There are things in this report that are concerning, but I can assure council that we have paid attention to the challenges that there. Since we have appointed Community Services Director, we are working together with the staff to resolve the challenges that are being highlighted in this report, particularly the challenge that we had in concert with the recycling that was moved out of Ward 3. It created a bit of a problem, but our officials are on top of it. We are looking at ways how to resolve it. As I said, please note, this is end of December's report, and since then to date, we have been dealing with these issues that are now being shown here to us. With that, I go.
Councillor Cheplanch, and then the executive mayor.
Thank you. I say again, Councillor, all of you touched on the things, but MMC, Nel, Councillor Nel, you are the MMC of this. Your report is concerning. Again, there you've heard it just now. We've moved it. And I always look like to ask MMCs, specifically Councillor Nel, who is the MMC of this department. The two reports that already serve as the piece of huge concern. It contains things that concerns the staff. The lifeguards things in mentioning here, it's a concern. It's humans that's working on our beaches. You look at the things in here. Yes, we do know there's a new director now, but it's been raised since October. Those lifeguards are sitting there in rotten cake, those things, tubes. It's not been welded. It's been making mention of it. Those lifeguards sit sometimes in the heat because they are afraid, all of them, they cannot sit on that thing because it's not properly welded, it's rotten. They make mentioning of this, they got the lifeguards sitting without hats, no sun cream. Our people of this community is being taken lightly under this report. And the officer has reported lengthily, hence I am asking Councillor Nel that he step up and make sure together with the MMC, Councillor Olifield, she's just mentioned that they are addressing these things. Yes, the report is 3 months later. And it's our people that's involved in this. They can get these lung diseases because yes, the waste thing has been moved. But MMC now, please man, step up and just try and make sure that this report reduced. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, when we were discussing this report in Michael, one of the issues it came out is yes, we can look at health and safety from a traditional point of view, but there are other matters that affects the communities currently in terms of assessing the risk that we have for our communities as well as for our staff. One of the issues that came out was the issue of the rabies that is currently in the Cape for seals. Now, we all know there has been incidents over the festive season, and we had altercation between the seals and some of the members of the public, as well as the lifeguards. So we have asked the management to look at an approach and exactly how we deal with that situations, and also for us to have a protocol in place, because it's clearly visible that the situation is escalating and the health, not just for the community, but as well for our staff, especially when it comes to disposing of the carcasses on the beach, and the protocols that we need to follow is something that needs urgent attention. Also from there, we do know that we do have the risk of, it has been mentioned that our law enforcement are under strain. We do have the risk of roaming animals. We sometimes have the risk where animals have to be removed from the properties of the owners. We don't have a pound currently in Bitou. Also, when it comes to carcasses, we also don't have a crematorium. So all of these issues, it does have a lot of health risk, and the administration has been advised that from now on, because I can assure council that we are not happy sitting on this side. Yes, you can call me whenever you want. Apparently, I'm a crybaby. Thank you, Councilman Slana, for that. But the officials have been instructed via the municipal manager. From now on, Michael member will meet with the director once a week. Once a week, the director will call his section managers to come and report to the portfolio chairpersons. The portfolio chairperson will report to me, and the municipal manager and myself. We will keep our hands on this. Enough is enough. And I told the officials I don't have problem with the challenge. And I don't have problems to resolve matters, but I can assure you, we've got good staff in this municipality. Correctly what you are saying. We've got good staff. We've got staff members that are working over after hours, that are working very hard to keep service delivery going in this municipality. And it's not fair if some of us are not bringing our engagement and what we must do to the table, because then it means that those people that are actually working hard to make this institution work, they will be the ones that are suffering. And then exactly we will see reports like that. So we have to all work together. Yes. In terms of the administration, the days of working in silos are over. When a report comes here, it's not just that specific director's report. It's your report as well as the director of that department that is non-compliant. So those days of saying, no, it's a corporate services report, it's corporate services, it doesn't work like that. Because the report affects different departments. And I did say that if one fails, all of us fail. That's the challenge. So we cannot just blame corporate services or this one or that one, but now it's becoming an issue of strengthening our controls. And we are supposed to set an example to the public. All of us are in governance. We cannot expect the public to be compliant in terms of health and safety, and we are non-compliant. So, Speaker, I am seconding the proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item is closed. Can we move? Item is closed. Councillor.
I just want to add something, Speaker.
Item is closed. Can we move to the next item?
3/3/352/01/26, quarterly report, recruitment and selection report, open bracket positions, full closed bracket, 1 October 2025 until December 2025, page 589.
Item is serving on bill, then Councillor Blanche.
Thank you, Speaker. I propose that we go with the recommendation and take note of the item.
Councillor Blanche.
Speaker, I didn't expect this from Councillor Nel to rush through this report. Quickly close this. I didn't expect. Speaker, if the MN or any responsible official can just correct me. Speaker, I look at the total positions filled on this report. One, project manager. The EE targets for the position is colored female, white female, Indian female or male, colored male. And the appointed equity target is African female on both of those two items. And Councillor Nel was asking to close this. I don't know why. The second item is also saying equity target African female, but the requirement on the two reported positions here does not, it doesn't even make mentioning of an African female. Now, here's my question. The municipal manager normally signs off on this thing. If you look at the panel members, if Maki Yalgirika, Advocate Noliwe, but the second one, the very same. Can the municipal manager just then explain to me, because he's the person signing off on this thing? How did it, is there any explanation maybe to say that they did not adhere to the required equity target? What's that sort of reasons? And my question is based on the panel. It's not representative on the first thing. Not enough gender. And yes, it's an internal thing, but how is it that we got this year, we overlooked and we've been crying. We've written emails, there's no response on employment equity reports. But here we sit in a report bravely announcing that we have appointed a race and a gender not close to what is required on those two items. Can I then just get clarity on that, please, before I do a follow-up or continue with what I would like to raise?
Ma'am.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, in the absence of Advocate Londiwe and seeing from the panel members, I think Mr. Maki will be able to assist us.
Mr. Maki?
Thank you. Yes. I would not respond to the panel itself, how is it constituted or constituted. I will not be a person that is nominated to sit with the panel. But in the first one, the reason I will be there, it is because I'm the manager. So I am supposed to be sharing that interview. And the second thing is that question has been advertised 2 times. And in all of those times it was advertised. Unfortunately, no color female ever applied for it. Secondly, no white female ever applied. So that is why it went out in that fashion.
Thank you.
Dr. Blanche?
Yes. Thank you for the explanation. So now I do understand. Here comes my question. Yes, it's the responsible, but it requires us. It's a pity the official is not here. The HOD is responsible to set in these interviews and things. I see we have, again, the panel members is a HOD from a different department on that human settlements thing. And if you look at the further down, that's the correct thing. But is the third panel member, I'm just asking, sorry, my apology, Mr. Mark. The third panel member, it's the HOD or is a person that he ask and then it's the HR manager. So I'm looking at it, but I'm saying based from what I'm saying, it's a you please me, I please you. Because yes, Mr. Van Staden is there. It's again in terms of race, it's there in terms of gender, it's there. Can I get an explanation as to why is Mr. Markey or FS Markey, which I take it is the first panel member as well. Again, the very same thing. We are crying in terms of equity. I have written about 5 months ago. I've written again to the MMC, no response, all to take it up. But every time when we come here, we cry about equity, employment equity, taking back. Why is our staff taking 365 days leave? So can I get an explanation on this item as well? HOD.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, in response to Councillor that actually posed the question in terms of the constitution of the panel. The constitution of a panel in relation to the positions that have been advertised, it's informed by various variables. One of them, the availability of the staff members that are requested to participate as panel members. 2, it's also informed by a particular directorate which is relevant to that particular position. So mostly I can recall with regard to this one. It was during the period, if I were made to take an example, it was during the period when the Auditor General was around doing performing the audit. So some of the staff members, they were not available to participate as panel members. So then, Speaker, the reason why Mr. Matthew then took that position to accept, it was precisely because of of the unavailability of the other staff members.
You did not answer another part. I'm saying it's again the same requirement. Again, we went and appointed an African female. Like Mr. Markey has explained, the position has been advertised 3 times, couldn't find, which you would understand. You don't want to keep these things open too long. And I'm asking because this is a report, it's outdated. From where I'm sitting, it looks like it's a deliberate attempt to keep colored people out of appointments. So anybody might take it wrong. Hence, I'm asking you would also know. It's in the public. Again, they look there, colored female, white female, Indian female or male, colored male. The appointed equity target, African female. Like I said, in terms of the regulations, you are signing it off. You either need to support it as the municipal manager. So can you just explain to me how did it get to that part where you just didn't follow the equity target required.
Ma'am?
Okay, Speaker, with your permission, Speaker, the recruitment process is again by various variables that you must take into account. Yes, primarily the equity is being looked at. However, there is a process and procedures that governs that particular appointments in terms of one of them, which I can make an example, is the scoring. Now, scoring, qualification, experience that is related to that. So we cannot blindly ignore the rules of the game in terms of the scoring, which we have also considered in terms of the, yes, one can, if I were to make a typical example, maybe the variance between the two candidates is not that great. Therefore, one then can apply the mind and also then consider the issue around equity. But if there's a substantial difference, variance in terms of the scoring, surely that cannot be justifiable, because remember there is a legal process that can, the person that scores the highest and the variance is large, they can litigate the municipality. So we're also looking at the other, potential risk that where we do not want to find the municipality facing those risks, such as litigation. So I can remember very well in terms of this particular position, where it's also reflected that it was signed in December, which means then, Speaker, it was signed by myself. I did precisely look at all these other facets that actually resulted in me to making that particular decision. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you very much, everyone, for the explanation. I take it that going forward, it would be your explanation, because you have done it also with the latest appointment. So I thank you, because the reason why I'm asking, it's not written in your explanation. And if someone reads this thing, it would easily look like you are deliberately just appointing. But thank you for the explanation.
Councillor Mhlana?
Speaker, I just want a question of clarity. I know we have dealt with the equity committee, or does it only apply within the internal staff that is already appointed? What is its role in recruitment? The equity committee that we have appointed the council.
Okay, no thanks, Speaker. As in response, Speaker, to the councillor's question, Speaker, in terms of our recruitment as a standard practice, is that we will, before any recruitment that takes place, we will in the recruitment and selection committee, where we're doing the long list from a shortlisting perspective, we will present the equity as also in terms of what we require in order for us to adhere to the requirements to the employment and equity plan. So these are the kind of things, Councillor, that we are using from shortlisting, and then also when we conducting interviews, that's the first thing that we present. So it does adhere to the assessment of the equity committee in order for us to be able to adhere to those statistics.
The item has been proposed by all Councillor Ompie. Any seconder?
Speaker, before I second, I also want to note that I am concerned with the positions in engineering that are funded and not filled yet. We're always talking here about our staff that is overworked. With our local, Mr. Loliwe was here, I mentioned it to him. And we've got the assurance, I think, also acting image, that will be done from the 1st of February. Is that from the 1st of February? Because it is very concerning that our teams in engineering is overloaded. Thank you, Speaker. I support the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillors, can we break for 5 minutes to have a light lunch in the,
Minutes.
yeah.
I never eat in 5 minutes. I could never eat in 5 minutes.
Can we break?
I'm not from the army.
4 hours, Speaker, can we go to 4 hours, just to make sure we are safe in terms of rules and orders? Yeah, 4 hours.
Can we break for a light lunch?
Will be, is that
Minutes?
Minutes. That's what I'm saying. That's good, this.
So that was an issue of such a Islam decision.
Die dankie Pastor. Ek kan net my kos geëet en ek is nog vol. Maar dankie Pastor. As jy aan.
Sorry, now maybe we'll explain.
Administrations, councillors, we are back now from the 30 minutes break. We moving on with our open agenda. And the administration take us through the next report.
Proceeding still with section 3 corporate service. C/3/353/01/20. Upper limits of total remuneration package payable is managers and managers accountable to municipal managers for the 2024-2025 financial year, page 594.
Item is 7. 1 p.m.
Madam Speaker, I think perhaps it would be a good thing if we ask Ian just to quickly take us through the upper limits and the implications of that. And then I will propose afterwards.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, with your permission, they will receive a final gazette from the Department of Culture, which guides the municipalities on the implementation of the upper limits. Now, with that, Speaker, according to the gazette, municipality is categorized as a level 3, means a grade 3 municipality. And based on that, it also outlines in terms of the remuneration of the municipal manager, ranging from a minimum, lower, midpoint, upper, up to a maximum. Now, the first principle in line with the regulations is that municipalities must remunerate, or maybe they must remunerate, or they should be taking municipal managers and also senior managers at a minimum notch, which is reflected. And then also, it also now it also outlines in terms of the pay progressions, considering the number of years of which the person has been in the job. This is outlined on page 595, which also reflect in terms of the lowest, where it's a new appointment, it's at a minimum, and then also moving to 1 year to 2 years in the job. And it also reflects in terms of if you are 1 year, 2 years, it implies that you are achieving a performance rating of 3 and above. And then it also now makes reference to the midpoint, how to make a determination of the midpoint. Should be 3 years above in the position, and then also up to maximum. Maximum implies that you must be 5 years in the job. And then added to that, it also makes reference to the cell phone allowance and the data that it should not exceed 2,500 per month for the municipal manager as well as the senior manager supporting. Then also, Speaker, it talks about issues around a job evaluation. The main purpose of this is that in terms of the senior managers reporting, if they resume in line with the regulation, it implies that as of the 1st of July 2026, the officials will be moving also in relation to a task rate job evaluation. Now, looking at this job, looking at the job evaluation systems for the municipal managers, it will range between task rate 20 to 25, and then for the managers that are reporting directly to the municipal manager, it will be task rate 18 to 24. And then further than that, it also provides guidance in terms of the salary creep, special reference. Manager must be remunerated 4 task levels, after 4 task level from a highly paid official, which is below them, the senior managers reporting to the municipal manager. And then guidance for the senior managers that are reporting to the municipal manager, it's actually 2 task levels above. Now, also, Speaker, it also makes reference to a salary creep I think then the issue of the salary creeps is the one that is related to a waiver. Now, the current municipal manager, as well as the senior managers that are reporting to the municipal manager, in terms of their salaries, which were approved in line with the waiver, it will be opposed to incumbent, meaning they will retain it. And then if an official leaves, therefore then the regulation will then be applicable. Now also in terms of in areas where for instance, in our municipality where we still experience the issues around the creep, it makes a special reference that an application must be submitted to the provincial MEC as well, and therefore after whether the MEC will concur or not concur, and then if the MEC concur, then it will be submitted to the national minister. Then the recommendations are stipulated on page 597 and 598. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bill.
Thank you, before I continue with posing, I had a look at the different categories of municipalities, and it seems to me that Bitou is not that far off from moving to a category 4 municipality. I imagine it could probably take place in the next 2 or 3 years. If I'm looking at the turnover and the population growth, am I wrong when I make that assumption?
To your speaker, you are not wrong, Councillor. I think that's one of the exercises that one needed to do in order to assess our current state, lying with the next level.
The reason why I'm also asking that question is twofold. Over and above the fact that it will also affect councillor remuneration as well, because the upper limits are determined by the categories of the municipalities. But it will also affect the job descriptions of people. And I think we need to bear that in mind, particularly the HR people. Start looking at the job requirements for senior people in category 4 municipalities, where we are currently looking at people in category 3 municipalities. So it could have an impact there. That's the one thing. And then the other thing that concerns me a bit is the councillors' upper limits have been published some time ago, but not finalized. It's just not being gazetted. I don't know what the position is. But councillors are looking with long eyes for their upper limits to be lifted as well. I don't know whether you can give us any news on that score.
Speaker.
Okay.
There is a draft that has been issued, which is available for comments. I think the speaker did also distribute it so that councillors can also give their inputs as the finalization. It's a similar process that was followed with the upper limits for senior.
From the information I have, is that draft was sent back twice on getting finalized.
I think it's normal course that there will be other inputs, and such, especially like if we're looking at the example of how the one that affects senior managers, there were inputs for the first round, and then there were inputs from SALCA. Then it warranted that there should be other inputs now. Then so that in fact then that was actually guiding the COGTA to finalize the approval. So it will follow a similar model.
Thank you for that, Ines. With that, Madam Speaker, I propose that we take note of the.
Any seconder? Councillor Olivier. To the next item.
Section 4, community services, now items for consideration. Section 5, engineering services, C/5, 257/01/26, capital project implementation plan, CPIP, report for period ending December 2025, page 641.
Item 7. Councillor, Madam Mayor.
Speaker. On our previous reporting, we could see that the leak funding, the progress on that has been 46%. However, when it comes to our internal AFR funded projects, we are only sitting at 11%, and our borrowings just over 53%. Why am I mentioning that? Because if I look at this report, I can see that a lot of the internally funded projects, the AFR project, are in design phase. And then on some of those, the progress are 0%, 10%, 27%, and so forth. I made an example yesterday of one of the projects that will become very important to us, especially now that we've got the water challenges that we have, is, for instance, the replacement of the AC pipes. Now, if we look at that one, I think it's sitting on 10%. I'm speaking from memory now. But if we, for instance, look at that specific project, what I explained yesterday is that it's making it very difficult for us going into adjustment budget cycle. Remember the now table, the mid-year report already. So moving into adjustment, we now have to look at where we've got some savings and 10%. And where we could move monies to, they could actually speak to the challenges that we currently have. Now, if we are going to have slow progress on issues like that, it's not assisting us because we are having challenges with pipe breaks, aging infrastructure, etc. Now, council has made the monies available to kickstart that project. But the progress on that project, it will be difficult now to warrant or to enable us to move more monies into that so that we can actually move on that project, because that doesn't just affect, it's not just the project, it will affect with the water leakage, with the pipe breaks, the overtime, etc., etc. So from my side, I want to remind engineering services that when we move into the adjustment cycle, we need to now come with proper progress, year-to-date expenditure, and a proper plan for us to actually spend that money so that we can, by the end of the year, have a good spend on those projects. Yes, I can commend them and say the increase or on the big progress, we are noting that, but we really need to move with our AFR and our borrowings funded capital projects. I propose that we
Councillor Blanche
Speaker, just
and Councillor Olivier.
because if you look at around the construction, such things as construction of the regional cemetery, I think our cemeteries is really full. So we need to spark in terms of what we need to deliver on this, the projects. Yeah, it's just, yeah, the regional cemetery, Speaker, half of our grave sites is full. So they just need to take in cognizance also that we need to rush, because the crowds of people is going to chase us back, they say. They don't want us to use their funeral sites anymore. Oh, I'm done.
Olivier?
Speaker, with priorities for community services. On my side, as MNC, cemeteries, towns, and recycling are our three priorities strategic points that we're gonna work on. But having said that, I go with the recommendation.
Thank you.
Second, it was.
Councillor Mangaba?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, to avoid sounding like a broken record, every time this time we sit with a report that leaves less to be desired. Might I add that the engineering has been underspending for the past 2 years. And if we're speaking of the adjustment, it is not something that has actually been done in the far future. Next month on the 27th, we'll be sitting on that. We can't be having the same conversations here without consequence management. Our people are sitting on feces. The stench in KwaNokutula is unbearable. And I'm mentioning KwaNokutula because that's where I live. But I'm quite aware that even at Zawazawa, they're sitting with the same issue. I know at this point, the banning issue is the fact that we are approaching day zero in March. Over and above that, our ailing infrastructure is problematic in our communities. Our people are sick. Our people cannot survive without J's fluid and doom. In this economy where everything is expensive, they also need to budget for that. Their lives are at stake. There's houses that we visit literally every second day, myself and councillor team, where people are actually sitting on feces. It cannot be that in this day and age, we allow such underperformance and we brush it as its progress. Next month, on the 27th, we are standing to lose millions if we don't move. If it means HODs must report literally every week, by all means. This cannot be maintained.
Thank you, Councillor. The item was closed. Moving to the next item.
T-5/258/01/26, report on status of the procurement of renewable energy for Bitou municipality, page 648.
Thank you. The item is serving, and at this moment, I will give Mr. Mr. Yanni for it to do the presentation for us.
Thank you, councillors, for your time and allowing me to take you through the road to the renewable in Bitou. The council took a decision in September, October last year to go ahead and ask me to report back every 3 months on the process. So the aim for today is to show you the way forward and manage the expectations. There's a lot of things that we have to do to stay within the legislation, to make sure that we don't have to do it again, like some of the other Western Cape medics had to do it. A typical example is Municipal Bay, they did it right, and the next on their line is Rakenstein. So I learned the lessons from them and working in close conjunction with the Western Cape province to follow the process and to lead us to the road to success. I'll go through my slides. You can just follow it there on the screen. So the introduction objection for today is to go through the IPP manual, which was set up and agreed to by SALGA for all municipalities. And to explain to you the IPP project cycle. Like I said, it's a very long cycle. And we must work onto that and within it to make sure it can have success at the end. The whole process is made up of 3 modules. Module 1 is a preparation phase. Module 2 is a procurement phase. And the last one is a power purchase agreement or contract management phase. The last one has got 2 options: to go through a power, independent power producer, or to put our own plant. Current way is to go for both, see what is the best for us. The plan is also to put not only 1 but 2 up. We've got 2 sites in the vicinity of the infeed stations, which we can utilize for that make the cost considerably lower than the case of Municipal Bay. So let's go. Module 1 is a project preparation phase. And then within each module, there's a few stages. So you must have, it's difficult for us to focus within stage and module, but once you get to know it in module 1, so it's preparation. So these stage 1 is to align the proposed municipal municipal IPP with the municipality's integrated development plan. And that say is you must setting aside budget for technical studies. And ensuring that must take the head of municipality, the employees delegate support the proposed IPP. So this is an inclusive project, it's not a process for engineering on its own. And then we have to do a readiness assessment, as the elimination evaluation of the municipality's sustainability to procure electricity from the IPP. Remember I said it's got a two ways, IPP or your own. So this is the IPP, but once we go inside that IPP portion, it falls away, the rest stays the same. Then we must ask ourselves, is it advisable for the municipality to undertake the preparatory activities before commencing on the studies? The answer is yes, we have to. We must appoint a project manager and if necessary, a transaction advisor to support us in preparation and procurement plans. And then also appoint a multidisciplinary transaction advisor. This transaction advisor is a specialist that can take us to the process and the licensing process and the local processes. So someone that done it before and lead us to that direction to have the best chance of success. Yes, it is additional cost, but the percentage of that for success is minimal. Stage 2 in model 1 is do a needs assessment. We confirm that we have needs being addressed by the proposed municipal IPP and includes undertaking and status quo assessment in the final output. So what do we want from this IPP at the end? Important stakeholder engagement plan. We've got all the stakeholders together and influence them over the project and set the plan out and communication. This is capital intensive. It's a long-term process and there's a lot of expectations, but like I said earlier, we must take it slowly. And then the technical and financial solutions. This animal must connect to the grid. It must be, you must pay at the end of the month, at the end of the project. So it must be technically sound and financially sound. After doing an economic development assessment, where the report reviews various economic impacts of the IPP. So what will this do for the town, as well as the end users of the municipality? It must be a benefit for both. Any movement to the legal and regulatory assessment. The report must confirm the capacity and the authority of the municipality to procure new generation from IPP. Yes, this is tick box, but we have to confirm it. And then we move over to the procurement plan. The procurement plan is a process that aligns with the municipality supply chain policy, institutional issues, structure, appointment of committees. This is a special bid committee. It is totally new animal. And the procurement timetable and milestones which you have to achieve to get the outcome. This has luckily been done at the Western Cape. So we've got a fair, good example for that. Stage 3 of model 1 is a feasibility study. It's a final stage before a procurement for the preparation phase. And we must consider in making the draft feasibility study available to stakeholders. With get their inputs, get the feedback, and conclude it into our final results. With the feasibility study recommends a municipal IPP, the municipality should submit the study to the manager for submission to the council. The council confirms that the feasibility study is aligned with the IPP. The manager may approve the procurement and replace the municipal IPP. Again, I said, if you go down the IPP, that portion, it falls away. On model 2, stage 1 is a procurement preparation activities. So we have to confirm the internal delegations of authority to the project officer and in supply chain. To appoint the transaction advisor, appoint the specific bid committee members, and appoint the affiliated government departments in anticipation of the IPP project consents to and related to the agreements. The other partners will typically be the Eastern Cape Office of the Premier. They've got the means and ability in that office. I liaise with them directly. And then, if necessary, commencing and engagement for procurement and grid strengthening. Like I said, if it depends on where you connect to the grid, it might be strengthening. If you are lucky and can get to the entry points, that will be limited. The stage 2 of module 2 is procurement design concepts. So in designing suitable procurement process for a municipal IPP, we should be given consideration on a few concepts. Whether to engage in a competitive tender process versus a direct procurement model. This is new. We have never done this before. Municipality is required by law to follow a competitive bid process in procuring a municipal IPP. Even the contract and the value of the procurement. Deviations from the competitive bidding are permitted, but only in exceptional and limited cases. So there is a possibility for us to go for direct procurement and not competitive bidding. The structure of the procurement is a single or two-stage process. Are we going to go? There's no requirement for that. So we're going to go on a single envelope, two-stage process, double envelope system. We must consider should the bid, to consider whether there should be a bid price disclosure and open envelope for speed bid process. This is again to manage expectations. If you open it too quickly to the public, you might get pushback. If you don't, you also get pushback. So this is a very narrow path to travel. Get all stakeholders informed and work over time. And then whether to issue a technology specific versus a technology neutral tender. That means we want a specific type of technology. That we say this is what we want. The later one is you propose to us what do you think we want. My view will be we must say what we want. There's that one. Otherwise, the offers that come that will is the intent is too much to stagger. Then we will all be with wave energy and wind energy. So we must go solar and battery. This is what we want. And focus in that sector of clean energy. The preparation of the bid, stage 3, once the procurement structure is designed and decided on, it will be necessary to prepare high quality bankable bid documentation. Bankable means for the bidder, it must also be viable. This includes preparation of the request for qualification and their proposals. Structure of the request for proposal will be largely dependent on the decisions above related to the design of the procurement, meaning the technology neutral or specific technology which we put that stage. Still not finished with stage model 2, stage 3. Generally speaking, the RFP should be started with the following sections. General conditions, project background, bid qualification, bid evaluation and scoring, and then the agreements at the end. The examples I have for Drakensberg and for Tshwane exactly confirms to that. So this is not unique, this is the way to go. So if you go that, the road will be much easier than to go any other route. Still stage 3 of module 2. If you go for IPP, you must get a power purchase agreement between the seller, which is the IPP, and the buyer. If that generation facility connects to the transmission grid, in other words, if it doesn't connect directly into our grid, there will be a transmission agreement with Eskom as well. Now there's another implementation in the cable. Or if it connects to the distribution section of Eskom, there must be another agreement there. So this is the long one, the long difficult. We must steer away from that and connect to our grid directly, then that portion falls away. The next paragraph talks about the distribution, and then the direct, paragraph 3 is a direct agreement between an IPP and municipality as a buyer and the guarantee of the lenders. What that say is, if you go for an IPP, we will be asked to guarantee the cost. So there's really no benefit for us to go for an outside outside organization, but for us to do it in-house. But it's important to know that. You can't keep it away. You must see what is the best for us. And put that in financial terms and the benefit for the town. And then implementation is iemand with the party offering a credit and respect for municipality to base obligations. The cash flow portion, that must also be covered, like agreements between the credit supplier and the municipality. Now we move to model 3, where we start to manage this plan. So the PPA management plan should be prepared by the municipality with the deferred year being involved in the development of such a plan. Irrespective if we go IPP or internally, that must be done. We must know how to manage this plan. When are we going to run it back? When we're going to save, when we're going to put it off, under which circumstances are we going to harvest or charge the batteries. So that plan must be set up and we must all know how to do that. Plan must demonstrate the municipality's capacity and willingness to implement and manage such plan. We monitor the IPP performance and its obligations. So again, IPP can go away and we do for us our own plan. Remember, in certain conditions, the plant might not be optimal. If we haven't got sun or rainy days, then we must know how to do that. There must be standard operating procedures for that as well. And then a periodic review should be going for the IPP portion. See, is this still viable for us in 3 years, or are there even changing factors and tariff adjustments we have to apply for NASA? So in short, the IPP is not capital intensive because someone else takes the risk. We still have to guarantee the loan. If we do it on our own resources, own people, that portion fell away. We can agree with ourselves. We can decide at what rate we generate electricity and discount it against the ESCOM account every month. That will also differ because of the sunny and the rainy days. But the model can be set up and say over a year, this is the benefit we get. Discount that back to the tariffs to make it more affordable for the consumers in town. Having said that, you can also guarantee, should we have a major power outage at our ESCOM fees, that is in the certain portion of the town, we won't be able to run out. We'll be able to run out a quarter of the town. And at least we can keep that economic out on, and then life goes on until it concludes. It's also a risk mitigating chance for that. It will be bad, sad if we lose the ESCOM for 4 days or a week, and then we have to sit in the town, then the town is closed. So the benefit is both on tariff sides and on the ESCOM fail us for a week, 4 days in the future, which is possible. Okay, the time frames for module 1, typical 6 to 10 months. Module 2, the procurement phase is 12 to 18 months. The reason for that long is to go through all the options and to get all the documents in place to make sure that once we sign a dotted line, we go to construction, we are all confident that we've got the right partner on board. They'll operate between 15 and 25 years. And the total time from identifying the need to operations will be the order of 31 to 57 months. So this is a 5-year project. Starting the earlier you start, the quicker we can get. But like I always say, don't be the first, be the second or the third, and learn from the people that is there already. The people in front of us is Municipal Bay in Drakensberg, and we can learn a lot from them. It's our close confidence. They're willing to share with us. And with the input of the premier, we get a lot of information back from them, which can benefit us. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you, councillors. There's the presentation. Any questions? On bill, then Councillor Olivier.
Thank you.
Not looking on this.
My question is one of watching the media in the past and discovering various municipalities that have attempted to and actually gone quite far with establishing some of these plants, only to be stymied by Eskom. When you mention connecting into our grid, does Eskom have any say what we may connect to our grid? Because they obviously also connect to our grid.
Yeah, so that's why I proposed not to go the Eskom transmission or distribution line, but to connect to our grid directly. Then it's our asset.
And Eskom has no say in that.
Nothing to say. You have to inform them, of course. But they got nothing to say, no penalties, no nothing. You inform them, you connect, and what happened, they will lose sales. But you'll have to maintain a certain level of risk. Cut them off.
Yeah.
And the Eskom is not against it. They also protect their assets. They got a same cash flow that the government we have. The IPP, like I said, is a risk. The legal way to go there wasn't as today. It's sorted out properly.
Yeah.
But it's important to know that this is one of the options. Not the third option, but it's one of the options. Everything boils down to the final contract of the producer versus the municipality and how they're gonna get his money back. Remember, that guy will be a commercial guy or investor.
Yeah.
He's not happy to earn 15 or 20%. He wants the 35 to 40% return on his investment. And then what is it for us? Nothing for us.
Great. No, thank you. That answers my question. Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, but I don't know if the item is ready.
Councillor Olivier?
Speaker, I just wanted to know if the item is still ready or we're just asking questions on the presentation now. Has the item been read into the?
Yes, the item was
It's open?
yeah, it is open. That's why I was
Councillor Kabai.
Councillor Kabai.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I don't know how to put it, but I think the presentation was supposed to be done in the morning. It's just like teaching maths in the afternoon, because we would have liked to engage with this IPP thing. And immediately it was presented. There is a word of transactional advisors. You see, there's a lot of things to be unpacked here. Really, I'm not an engineer. So seriously, I must ask questions based on this. I don't know whether we are going to be given, because these presentations are presentations that we must be taken abreast with so that we can understand them. I imagine that we take a decision here in council after some time with something that we don't have a clue about. You see, really, it's not about we say this is noted and so on, but we need to be engaged. We know what is happening in South Africa in terms of energy, especially electricity, but we need really to be taken abreast about. Well, you said it must be presented towards the item, but as I'm saying it now, it was supposed to be a presentation in the morning so that we can engage about. Yeah, so yeah, so unfortunate.
Councillor Olivier?
Speaker, I am completely in agreement with Councillor Kabai. When this information came to the PC, I thought it was important information for all the councils to hear, to know and to engage with. I want to suggest, I think the item is for noting And I don't know why, actually, let me just check the recommendation. But the report on the status of the procurement of renewable energy for Bitou municipality be noted. I want to suggest that we note this, but before we make decisions on how we're going to go forward, perhaps we'll have a separate engagement with councillors specifically to talk about this and really to put our minds around it so that we know where we're going with it. It is a first of its kind to have brought the official session on these kind of things. We know that we have to work with the changing environment as well. So I'm going to know this, but I'm going to also put a request in that we do another presentation where councillors are invited and we can have a proper engagement on it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Olivia.
Speaker, I think Councillor, if you propose being out, I'm going to second, but can I also just make another proposal in line with what Councillor Pai said? We do need the information.
Yeah.
We do need to engage.
Think about it.
So my suggestion is if we can get the presentation again, but then also if we can get a copy of the presentation as councillors, perhaps at the end of time as we do an agenda. So we can actually read it, because this technical stuff, not all of us are going to understand it properly in one word. So if we can get some time to prepare ourselves, because this is, I think, strategically extremely important, given the situation around power and power provision and all the difficulties and legalities around all around the provision of electricity to get down to the individual town area. So I think it would be ideal if we can get the information ahead of time and actually engage properly with the presentation. Thank you.
Then Councillor Schwartz.
No, I wanted just to ask, is there no specific time that these proposals are being submitted to the department or to the government? Because coming now, I think there was a specific duration that was quoted here. The initial stage start from here and whatever. So my worry is that let us be advised if we still need to ponder on how quickly or how efficient can it be. And also it must bring the fact that if there's a financial impact that us as the municipality, we need to think of, and also those financials can be stated. So it was just like that we sort of being aware how long can it be for us to quickly make a decision on it as something that we know that we need. Because these things of the IPP, they normally go to the department to apply for. So my question was, which round is it? Because at some stage, there was like round number 5, round number 6 in doing it. So that was only the curiosity when it comes to it. That we have a nice time of letting lie low.
Councillor Schwartz.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, if councillors cast their mind back, we've been looking at renewable energy to supplement Eskom supply for a number of years now, since Mr. Kupida was here already when work started on this. And it's been a long road in terms of getting to a point where we can actually put something in place and have some renewable energy available to us that we can reduce our dependence on Eskom. So I think this must be looked at a report of where we've progressed to now. And at least we're starting to get a better idea of what we need to be doing, seeing what other municipalities have done, seeing what new players in the market have done as well with regards to renewable energy. Eskom at least getting some idea of where they want to go with it as well and what they want to allow producers to do. So I think we must just, we need to regard this report as a useful information moving on and getting us to where we need to be to eventually set up a network with private producers that are supplying to us. So if the report has not been seconded yet, I will second the report.
So what are we saying?
supporting it. But what I was requesting is that we have another engagement on it as soon as possible. So then we just deal with this.
So now we are just noting it. Who proposed and who seconded? That's it. Oh,
That's what I'm saying.
Councillor Swart, okay.
Can I
Yeah.
make a suggestion and that we ask Councillor Olivier, seeing that she is involved and she is talking to the people that are in the know, to perhaps arrange an engagement for councillors on this subject in the foreseeable future.
Thank you, Councillor Nell.
I will do so, yeah.
Was you something good here? One. I'm shocked to see these things, man. I thank you for raising it because I don't want to go there, man. Bring your people here. For the real things, you bring your people here in the dark, and now you want to cry, want to come together on the water matters for healing all over there. I thank you.
Oh, you wanted to select that one, you wanted to put it in that.
I'm thanking them for putting us together. Unlike with the water.
No, respect, we've got a job, we've got a job. So if we were supposed to discuss things on job,
Say it out loud, come respect
to that.
this thing of.
No, respect in Iraq, there was a job.
We have ministers.
Yes, respect will forever get things on Facebook. Just like you are doing with your words.
Right ways.
Just like you are doing as a ward councillor, I will see you on Facebook. Respect that one.
Like,
You want to be all over. You want to be all over. I
in your eyes and I can't.
go in job, can't don't.
It's the right thing to do to call councillors together, not like what you do with the water things. Seeing what.
You gave us some Sunday, just we talk and discuss the things on a job level. When you're doing that, what is wrong? So that's like now that you're giving us an ability to read and it's a game.
Facebook.
I've just got one more comment. Please, when we send the invitations out for councillors to this, please attend councillors, because there is a tendency that when engagements are done for councillors, they somehow can't manage it. So I'm hoping to see the full council when we have this engagement.
Thank you.
Oh, Sanaram.
Administration, can you please, can we move to the next item? The next report?
605/001/20, water situation, Bitou area, page 700.
And again,
I still let you call it this year without us.
Item is
Random case, I'm not gonna help with this.
Blanche,
try vaping again.
Blanche, the item is serving and you are making noise. I can't hear. The councillors want to speak, but I can't hear.
Speaker.
No, Councillor Kapai.
New speaker. New speaker, our last meeting, we raised this issue. I'm happy that there is an item about the issue of water now. And be that as it may, Speaker, really, I would like us to work together in serious matters like electricity, water, or for that matter, service delivery issues, sewer, and so on. Look, we saw on videos and photos the MEC Bredel taking pictures with the executive, and we were not told. And that needed all the councillors. It needed all councillors that are represented here in this chamber. I don't know whether it was a shooting, like, I don't know, you were taking pictures for You don't do those things, man. They are lousy. You don't do those things. When somebody from the province comes, it must be communicated properly to all the councillors. The issue of water affects all of us. And there was a video that was nasty. It was nasty to me that the rest of the councillors are not there. And MEC Bredel has came to listen to the councillors. I don't know whether sometimes you pick and choose. Today, progressively so, there's a presentation about other sources of energy. And I like that. Thank you very much, sir. That we are then going to be engaged. How is it going to happen? Because it talks about future of Bitou. Now, when you want to be celebrities taking pictures with the MEC, it's the last term of council this year. You might not be there, the other council. So that is why it must be recommendations that are taken by all the councillors in council, saying we're bringing to those councillors that are going to be here next year. We had programs, serious programs that are going to develop this town. It's not going to say executives were taking pictures with the MEC. It is not a Photoshop area, council. Seriously, Speaker, really, Speaker, I'm pleading with you.
Speaker.
We are your custodian. That your office at all times, you must use your whip in terms of officials. They must write and invite. Immediately so, there was something that was saying there is going to be a motorcade. It was released in the morning of that day, and I was there. Because to me, when we talk about water, it's something that involves all of us. Even if you knew it well before, now you say we must come. Just like Bredel. If Bredel was coming, you should have said, Bredel is coming, come on board. But I know, hey, you are celebrities. You take pictures left, right, and center.
Just trying to forget, right?
Hey, and if we in Lendoba need trend the level into zero.
Speaking for all the wrong reasons. Right. Speaker, I read this report. It's not, it's not foreign information. It's information that we received and I will not support.
I just need in this film state up there. Looks like there won't be a set at the seven. I mean, that's bizarre. I know in London can do a month. Get not a month in. I still really easy.
Thank you, Speaker.
I told you we're going to talk about the death.
Let's who has engaged and what the sentence is?
Deputy Speaker, what you're saying, self-imposed Deputy Speaker.
Self-imposed. You know, it's an insult to the
Councillor Tsapai, the executive mayor, was invited by OMEC because he was already here to come and observe for the provincial job. So it was not a matter of other councillors were not invited.
In her backyard.
So to take pictures, please, what be jealous, also stand there outside and take pictures.
Speaker, in her backyard, invited by the MC. In her backyard.
No, not in her backyard. We were.
Bitou is the backyard of the executive mayor. How come the MC comes from Cape Town outside the mayor?
I'm coming to your town.
Graham was here.
Are failing to be effective.
As for the job. Graham, tell the PTC was here to observe.
If that big organization.
Tell the PTC. Tell the PTC.
Organization.
Tell the PTC. You are in the groups of PTA.
They
I was hoping there would be deliberation.
and make proper.
What itself,
Was a change.
I was hoping with
That-
this.
As usual, you know, I've learned it from the best. People are jealous of pictures.
It's the biggest organization here.
I've learned it from you. The last one.
Main thing speaker.
Can respect, we get respect.
The NBC. Seen the mayor. It would be the first thing for the MEC to see the mayor. But he is in his head down. Who introduced your program? You even demand our programs with you as a council. Only programs of the council, make the fix as a PTC.
The water next year.
You make it the program of the council as it is yours when.
We absent when we release the water.
Programs and bigger dams, that's the PTC.
The public is not hearing us.
And
Receive by public bastion because
it will be.
How to see when Basti lots and wishes for programs. If the theme of the programs and demand it as PTC programs.
Have your comments for YouTube. So speak on YouTube next year. Build bigger events.
Even the council, bigger political budget of the council, but they are your
Bigger political.
Right.
Is your name next year?
Councillors, can make 1, 2, 3, they didn't stand, but otherwise we would have come with 3 votes.
Reserve your comments.
Zero.
Reserve your comments. Next year on YouTube.
They come without 3 notes.
Send us on YouTube next year. We address the
Councillors, we are moving back now to our agenda.
That side of the road, you will shout at us.
Councillor, you must, you need to come. Councillors, please. In item number 11, it is urgent matters submitted by the municipal manager, none received. Item 12, consideration of motions, none received. Item 13 is consideration of notice of questions, none received. Item 14 is consideration of motions of exigency, none received. Item 15, we have already dealt with the in committee. Now we are in item 16, which is the reporting of councillors present. Executive Mayor.
Councillor, come.
Councillor Connor, Deputy Mayor of the town present.
Councillor Nell present.
Councillor Ole.
you are revived now. Yeah, fresh.
Councillor Ole. Councillor Valens.
That's this one. I would actually the flesh. I want. I don't want to sit down and out. I don't want that.
Councillor De Bruin present.
Man about things are down and out.
30.
Man up.
I saw your Salomon Hababumenza popular unnecessary that.
Ndicela umyeke umama uGanman wena. Councillor Samkele, aluncedo lami lama present.
Councillor Tabai present.
Councillor Mayor, the best speaker of the council present.
And who know Ivan the head one in the winter? Naive and
Ay, pues, I have a selective. What?
Councillor Connaught, Deputy Mayor of the town, present.
Council now present.
Councillor Ole.
Oh, you are revived now. Yeah, fresh.
Councillor Ole. Councillor Valence, please.
That's this one. I should have left Taiwan. I don't want to sit down and out. I don't want that.
Councillor De Bruin, present.
Man, about down and out.
30.
Man up.
I saw your Salomon, Men's are popular, unnecessary.
Well, the color of me, Umam, can men.